Hi friends, I've been up all night. Living, loving, she's just a woman. Um, the she's just a woman part is not really relevant to what I'm talking about here today, but nevertheless, worth noting, I guess. Um, some more coke. Hi friends, welcome to Talking to Business People. I'm host Eric. I'm here. I'm not absent. I'm here. I'm just standing over here at the moment because I'm getting a drink of water, a drink of coke, and gonna smoke a cigarette. I worked for like the last 6 hours on music and didn't really accomplish much of anything, frankly. Pretty disappointed in myself. I mean, I worked the whole time. It wasn't like I was fucking around, but I just didn't get anything accomplished. Anything worth anything, anyway. But, that's the mystery of things. That's the mystery of music is, sometimes you're making shit up and you kill it, you nail it, and with something really good. Other times, not so much. It's not really something I can anticipate in advance either, interestingly. I just have to fuck around until I find something that really moves me, And if it doesn't, then I'm probably wasting my time. Okay, I'm closing this door now, too. So, I'm here, you're there, we're together, we're making love right now, you and me. You two people and me are making love. I'm sliding my penis gently in and out of your body. That's how I make love. If you've never made love before, let me tell you, you're missing out. It's a highly sexual enterprise. I've got to pee, though. You probably don't need to watch me pee. So, I'll put you right here for the moment. While I pee. Over here. Sweet morning urine. So fresh and true. there. Would you like some more food? Make some more food for you, Gigi. You can eat with your kitty mouth if you want to. I think you'll find it delicious, or at least nutritious, which is almost as good. Well, I had two people briefly. Now I'm down to one person. That's okay. Oh, boy, my shoulders and neck are getting shot to hell from being up all night. I played so much guitar, my hands are cramping. It doesn't happen very often these days. I've such an experienced woodsman. But, my guitar is still never left. It's a very difficult guitar to play. For your average person, if they were to try to play my acoustic, they'd say, Jesus, this guitar is hard to play. Because it's kind of got high action, and it takes a lot of hand strength to play this guitar. I used to not play it because it was too hard to play, and then I broke the Hello Kitty guitar, so I had no choice, and I've been playing it ever since. It also sounded better than Hello Kitty guitars. Another reason why I play it sometimes. Now I've gotten pretty strong hands as a consequence of playing this guitar. Not only for a few years, but that's my first bong rip of the day here, and I gotta say that's incredible discretion because I've been up all night and I haven't smoked any pot all night. Why not? Well, I was too twacked out, basically. If you get super twacked out, then I didn't sleep at all. This is I got my prescription yesterday, so it was well, I didn't sleep poorly. You could say that. I didn't sleep poorly because to sleep poorly, one must have to make an attempt to sleep. Oh, yeah. Now I'm feeling like something. Now I'm feeling like I've finally come alive with pleasure. Making my coffee here real quick. I'll be right back over there. Just have to stir in all the creamer. Okay, there, I'm back. I got my coffee. I need to get a little thing to put the thing on top of, like this. Can you get them yet to put them on top of? Yeah. Coffee. Coffee indeed. I took 3 pills in the morning yesterday, but by midnight I still wasn't tired. I lay down for perhaps an hour or so, maybe a little less than that. With the notion that, well, I should try to get a couple hours of sleep. That would help or something. But it was pretty obvious relatively quickly that I wasn't going to sleep at all. So at that point, I got up and I took this morning's pills like at 1 a.m. I took 4 of them. I'm not going to take any more today, but that should last me until sleep tonight. And then hopefully I'll crash out tonight. I don't feel like I spent my time wisely last night, really, because I was working on music the whole night, which is normally a good thing to do, but I'm not happy with what I produced. I'm not happy with what I came up with, and that's just part of life. It's like with music, I never know. I just never know if it's going to be one of those times when it's just a bunch of meow and nothing happens out of it because I'm not feeling very inspired, or I don't have any good ideas, or it doesn't come together or whatever. Or if it's going to be like, yes, I like this, and now I'm going to make it happen. Well, it's impossible to say. How would you know? It's impossible to know that. I worked on this thing here, but I'm not very happy with it. What's this thing? Shouldn't be anything. That's all I got on that. Right, Something like that. I don't know. I was just fucking around with that, and I'm just not very happy with it. You know, it's not happy. I'm not happy enough with it anyway. So, I think I could come up with something worthwhile if I worked on it enough. I know that I've earned I don't know. I hate failure. Failure sucks. We need to know. Where did it go? What's the matter with Chad? Is he terribly bad? Is he very like Dan? Is he a terrible man? Is he sort of like Jill? Can't pay a bill. Or rather like Jack. Stuck on a fact. She doesn't matter with Sue. Will she know what to do? When the pregnancy no ingenuity. I don't remember how to play that song. I have to look at the words. Same thing with What's the Big Problem? But the nice thing is I have a video called How to Play What's the Big Problem. I should probably go look at that video. All right. Hi, friends. Mm-hmm. Oh, he came here with her. And what's the big problem that you can endure? It seems so sure it's not appropriate claiming to blame things on Scott. Despite getting caught, he got you refraining from him, training for him, going to the gym to make yourself good enough again. Yeah, you guys both have lots of vested. That's not a reason to stay around. Through the years, you both been tested. Time to move up. Find high Down. Oh, he came here with her, and what's a big problem that you can't endure? You seem so sure it's not appropriate claiming to put things on Scott. Despite getting caught, he's got you refraining for him, training for him, going to the gym to make yourself good enough again. Yeah, you guys both have lost invested. That's not a reason to stay around. Through the years, you both been tested. Time to move up, find higher ground. Came here with her, and what's the problem that you can't endure? You seem so sure it's not appropriate claiming the things on Scott. Despite getting caught, he's got you refraining for him, training for him, training for him, training for him, going to the gym to make yourself good enough again. Yeah, I've lost invested. That's not a reason to stay around. Through the years, you've both been tested. Find higher ground. Oh, he came here with her, and what's the big problem that you can't endure? It seems so sure it's not appropriate claiming to blame things on Scott. Despite getting caught, he's got you refraining for him, training for him, going to the gym to make yourself good enough again. Be done with him. Not an easy song to play, really, despite the fact that it's simple. Oh, he came here with her, and what's the big problem that you can't endure? It seems so sure it's not appropriate claiming to blame things on Scott. Despite getting caught, he's got you refraining for him, and for him, going to the gym to make yourself good enough again. Going to the gym to make yourself good enough again. It's a good song. It's a well-written song, but not necessarily the best song that, as far as playing it just acoustically goes, because I like the track a lot, but I don't really love playing the song. Oh, he came here with her, and what's the big problem that you can't endure? It seems so sure it's not. It seems so sure it's not. Seems so sure it's not. Appropriate claiming to put things on Scott. Despite getting caught, he's got you refraining for him, training for him, going to the gym to make yourself good enough again. Odd song. Interesting song. I'm gonna play Angels in the Night, but I can't remember to play it.
Nothing to say.
Nothing. What's that? December.
Would make her obey. That night I was smell. Could I forget her? But it was just hard for me.
What's it? It's like that. My friend. It's hard to figure out.
People
Oh, it's up higher. Like that. October, it's hard to argue. Yeah, it's hard. But a good song. Nevertheless, I'm glad I figured it out a little bit. Sorry. Right back in December, or what was it, November, October, it's hard. E minor G. Yeah. Oh, stay again. There are angels in the wind. And doesn't need it. There are angels in the wind. And doesn't need it. It's your game. Your game. The angels in the wings. And it doesn't mean a thing. But it doesn't mean a thing. They are thinking about you. Your game. Doesn't mean a thing. They are. Doesn't mean a thing. They are. Angels in the wind, and it doesn't mean a thing. They are thinking. It doesn't mean a thing. They are thinking about you, about you, about you, about you, about you. I've almost got this song down, actually. Nothing, nothing, nothing to take. We're back in December, before the November is over. Hard, 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 hard to like that. We're back in December, it wasn't November, October was hard, 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 hard to. My sister warned me, they say you're just horny. Nothing to say in my song. Right back in December, or was it November? October, it's hard to say. Right back in November, or was it December? October, it's right back in December, or was it November? October, it's hard to say. I've been such a warning, the days are corny. I got it. It's just have to start here. That's why. Everything is in the way. State your game. There'll be angels in the wings. And that doesn't mean anything. I was thinking about you. Angels in the wings, angels in the wings. Doesn't mean anything. Talking about you. And they're talking about you. And there are angels in the wings. It modulates at some point. It's a trickier song than I thought. Now that I remember it. It's a great song.
They say you're just lonely and that it would fall away, fall away. But it did. Love for me. Stay here. Moving towards the sin. Raising the set without a clear wind. Decisions you made. At least one thing. At least one day. At least plugged in. At least we could be way back in December. Or was it November? October. It's hard to say. My fashion to warn me. They say you're just horny. That it could fall away. All away. All away. All away. Now stay your game. There are angels in the wings. Though this doesn't change a thing, they are thinking about you. Stay your game. There are angels in the wings. And though this doesn't change a thing, they are thinking about you. Stay your game. There are angels in the wings. And though this doesn't change a thing, they are thinking about you. Stay your game. There are angels in the wings. And though this doesn't change a thing, they are thinking about you. And now they're talking about you. And now they're laughing about you. And they are angels in the wings.
It's weird. It starts on. It kind of modulates somewhere.
They say
about you. Oh. The wind, it doesn't really think thinking about you. There are angels in the wings. Okay, so it's in D flat. That's why I was getting it wrong. It's not in D. Duh, Eric. Wait, my ears broken or something? Probably he had it tuned differently than my guitar by half step, I would guess. Hard to say for sure. Is anybody here? No, 5 people here. Wow. I was just, it was actually Corey. Yeah, Corey. Yeah, it's Cohry, actually. None of you guys got it right. It's Cohry. It's a weird name. It's actually his middle name. His middle name is Coron. But he goes by Corey. So, yeah, that's a good track. Good track. This is a cover that I'm trying to figure out how to play. Which is not very fun for anybody to watch, I'm sure, but nevertheless is worth doing. I was figuring out some stuff, you know. My Tory is neither a Tory nor a Corey. He's a Cohry, like this. Yeah, he's a good songwriter, that Corey. I'll tell you, another really good song I would like to learn how to play by him is Everything. This is a really good song. All right, so slow.
Now my reason for calling you down is you were in town, but I'm still around here. Yeah, my reason for waking you up
Just
to lay you back down. Maybe look at your frown, and I know that this shouldn't be a lie with you. I know everything.
That's a good song. But, you know, the song that people like immediately, probably more than that, is Baby Lady Babe, which is a great track, too.
1, 2, 3, 4. Lady, 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 my lady. Lady, my lady. My lady, my lady. Are you my lady? Are you my lady?
This is Baby Lady Babe.
Baby, 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 my baby, baby, my baby. Well, baby, my baby, are you my baby? Are you my baby? I said,
I'm responsible for this.
I said,
Ladies on my knee, come here. Even that we lose on me. Chase me and I run away. But I'm someplace else to stay. Now it's time to pull you down the ground.
Sweetness and gravy, I'm making me lazy. Well, my reason.
So anyway, here's the thing about Corey is I just still have to acknowledge that he's a more of a musical genius than I'm capable of being, probably. And it's a shame because he's not making music and I'm making shit tons of music. You know, like the only takes I have of Siddhartha, which is the other one of his songs.
Siddhartha's a date. Siddhartha's out. Nothing possible to watch Siddhartha's out. Nothing's down. Siddhartha's dream. And I'm on the game out with the mystery. Did not relate. Siddhartha's mine. If what would come to Siddhartha, no any jacket on what will remain. Siddhartha seems to accompany his artist waking dreams. Siddhartha was spoiled. After life,
Siddhartha was coiled, or just like Siddhartha was coiled, or just like Siddhartha today. Siddhartha, where are you now? The fantasy. Alright, so this song here it was definitely the best song we played with the band. It was my band, you know, but we played that cover. I guess it's a weird reality for me. I genuinely believe that Corey is a next level genius beyond anything I can attain. I mean, occasionally I'll get something that hits in that realm. Like, you know, Satchel Helpful Goods is a classically songwritery piece of just inspiration. And that's great when I get that. Occasionally I get a track that's quite inspired, despite not being inspired, like God of Rock. I'm really pleased with, even though it's a track. But I'm not this kind of genius. Siddhartha Today is an amazing song. It's an absolutely amazing song. Siddhartha was royal. I'm afraid. Siddhartha was royal. I'm afraid. Siddhartha today. such a good song.
It's slamming song. I wish I can slam it.
Ba-da-dun, ba-da-dun, dun-dun, ba-da-dun, ba-da-dun, dun-dun, ba-da-dun, ba-da-dun, dun-dun, ba-da-dun, dun-dun, dun-dun, ba-da-dun, dun-dun, ba-da-dun, ba-da-dun, bum, bum, ba-da-dun, dun-dun-dun-dun. So, okay. Let's see. Do you have a preference for playing the songs that fire you up or for the mellow songs, and how does that differ from your preference from writing them? Well, I have a preference for playing certain songs that I guess either I know really well or I like a lot. I've got hundreds and hundreds of songs, and excellent question, Sky Gear. It's completely threw me off of my answer there. How would one not enjoy being corrected on the undisambiguated use of the word peruse? I can't even conceive of a way. Anyway, so I was writing songs is a challenge. Writing songs is always a huge challenge. It requires me to have some bit of inspiration or words or something to get going. I worked on this thing last night and I spent about 6 hours on it. And I'm not happy with it. Not happy at all with it. So, that's just how it goes. The reason it goes that way is because I'm an extroverted intuitor. So I don't begin with introverted intuition, an idea or concept or vision or whatever. I begin by playing the guitar or frivolous vagueness. There's some things that really bug me in TI realm, like the way people use the word right to mean whatever they feel like, even though it has a specific meaning. That bugs the shit out of me. Nobody has the right to healthcare. You might say, perfectly reasonable thing to say, that we ought to be entitled to healthcare, that the government ought to provide it, or whatever else you want to say. But no sane human being who understands the meaning of the word right would say that we have a right to healthcare. If we had a right to healthcare, then somebody would be criminally responsible anytime I didn't have access to healthcare. How could that be the case? So, the reason I'm so obsessed with music in general, John Henry, is because it's mysterious like that. For lots of things, I know I could figure it out or whatever. Like, maybe I don't. I know I could win this very tournament. Maybe I won't. I know I can, whatever. But music, I don't know. It's magic. It's entirely magical. I don't know. I do know this. That the things that I'm most happy with are the things that feel the least connected to me in general. Like What's the Big Problem, which I was playing earlier. Not a song I like to play very much because it really requires drums or something, I think, to sound good. It's hard to play a little bit. It sounds so much better as a track than it does as an acoustic song. But it's a great song, but I was just figuring out how to play it today. But that song seems unrelated to me. There's nothing particular about it. It's all universal. It doesn't feel like Eric made it. It feels like it's a song that exists independent of Eric. before I play that, I'm gonna play rap music by Computer Dora. This is something I actually mixed and produced a bunch of raw stuff into a song here because he just had a bunch of raw stuff. I cut it down to something like a song, but
Fellas, you know what I like to hear? Rap music. Fellas, playing in my ear. Want to hear, want to get on. Want to hear rap music.
rap music.
Music. All right. Now we ain't going nowhere with this song. This song has a chorus too. It's gonna take me and you. Now when I count to 4, all the beats gonna drop out. And you're gonna listen to me. You're gonna hear me sing. You're gonna hear the words that I'm saying to the chorus.
I want everyone to sing along.
You're gonna memorize the words. And then I have some more instructions for you when we come back to it. 1, 2, 3, 4. I like rap music. I like to listen to it. I like to put it in my car when I drive down the street. I like to hear the MCs talking about how they're better than the other MCs and more clever. I like rap. I like rap. I like to listen. I like to listen. I like to put it in my car when I drive down the street. I like to hear the MCs talking about how they're better than the other MCs and more clever. I like rap music. I like to listen to it. I like to put it in my car when I drive down the street. I like to hear the MCs talking about how they better than the other MCs and more clever. And we're gonna go round robin. I like to listen to it. I like to put it in my car when I drive down the street. I like to hear the MCs talking about how they better than the other MCs and more clever. Computer Dora rap music. I like to listen to it. I like to put it in my car when I drive down the street. I like to hear the MCs talking about how they better than the other MCs and more clever. I like rap music. I like to listen to it. I like to put it in my car when I drive down the street. I like to hear the MCs talking about how they better than the other MCs and more clever. I like rap. I like rap. I like to listen. I like to listen. I like to put it in my car when I drive down the street. I like to hear the MCs talking about how they better than the other MCs. I like.
So, here's the thing. Isn't that weird? It's like the thing that's most important to me in life. I know I'll never be epic level genius at it. Or one of the most important things. Certainly, music's more important to me than a lot of things. But I'm not a genius like Corey in some sense. He's got some weird NI thing going on that's just superior. You came here with her, and what's the problem that you can't endure? You seem so sure it's not appropriate claiming to blame things on Scott, despite getting caught. He's got you refraining from him, and for him, going to the gym to make yourself good enough again. You guys both have a connection. That's not a reason to play around. Okay, so I listen to a lot of music. I listen to stuff on my YouTube playlist, mostly Snappy Tracks, which I'm always, or I'm looking for new songs to put on Snappy Tracks sometimes, or I'll listen to my own music. And that's basically all I listen to. Sometimes I listen to the radio in the car if I don't have my phone working or something, or if it's out of electricity. But I still listen to a lot of music, and I listen to a lot of the same songs over and over again. I'm not obsessed with extroverted intuition, always trying to find new songs. There's a lot of tracks I like to listen to a lot. I went through a Steely Dan phase recently where I listened to a shit ton of Steely Dan. But what's interesting is the way that, it's like my dad had a huge record collection, and I managed to find the good stuff in it. I don't know how. He had terrible taste in music in general, but he had a huge record collection, so he had some good records in there too. I found the Beatles when I was pretty young in my dad's record collection. I found some Funkadelic when I was young in my dad's record collection. I found some Steely Dan, and I thought, hey, that's alright by me. At least this isn't terrible smooth jazz. Yeah, my dad dragged me to an Alter concert, introduced me to the Manhattan Transfer too. I was into lots of vocal jazz and classical and all sorts of the sort of things you do. Now I'm my dad likes some good stuff, but mostly crap. Doesn't seem to have any in his stack. That's cause it's polar and he thinks that's complicated. And displaying good musicianship highly rated. But I know better than that. And I have to get it right. I did listen to Lawrence Welk. No, my dad didn't listen to Lawrence Welk. My grandmother watched Lawrence Welk on TV, the Lawrence Welk Show, and I watched it with her when I was over at her house. So I got familiar with Lawrence Welk, finishing songs and going like this. Oh, wonderful, oh, wonderful. A one and a two and a... As far as playing the guitar goes, it's like I really just like to screw around, but people don't really want to hear you screwing around forever. If life was fashioned as I wished, I'd only screw around, make everything like baking dish, and only screw around. I'd go to the desert and I'd build a kiln out of some bricks. I'd go out there and I would find some more sticks. How much of your interest in music ties to your past or what's going on in the moment? Well, when I was just a little boy, joined the Pasadena Boys Choir. They'd come around to third grade in school to recruit the kids. I tried out then, and I guess I had pretty good pitch, cause they read, yeah, you are welcome to join. And in fact, I became the second best singer in the choir while I was there. But there was this one kid, he's named Lauren, and he always got all the solos, and everybody thought he was the best. And it wasn't so fun being second best. Lauren always got all the best solos. Lauren always knew how what the best. Lauren always got all the best solos. I only had the many leftover solos. I also had a piano in my home. Parents tried to give me piano lessons, but they didn't know how to teach alone. So they taught me how to passion, and I started to hate the piano for no reason. Just because they couldn't teach me it all of its reason. I needed to be shown some chords and instructed to sing and hum along. Instead, I was taught sheet music, which is totally wrong. I didn't know how to read it. I didn't get why I was doing this. Trying to make somebody else's song. Learn how to play it and learn how to sing along. No, I never was taught how to sing along. They just probably plays the fucking piano like, play this thing, this like piece with the sheet music and practice it. And yeah, it's like there's nothing fun about that at all. There's nothing fun at all about that. That's totally boring, So that's why I didn't take to the piano, But then when I was a teenager, like 16, I started playing the harmonica. And I got quite good at the harmonica until it was like such a small instrument and it only does so much you can do with it. I'm pretty good, still pretty good at the harmonica. But I needed another instrument at some point because I just ran out of shit to do with the harmonica. So I got a guitar. And that was when I was 21 years old. Every teenage guy looking for chicks would agree. Guitar, greater than piano. For sure. But it's also, look, here's the thing about playing the guitar that I've learned in my many years of trying to perform for people. You better be pretty fucking good. You better be unbelievably good. Or else people are not interested at all. They're just, please, will you put this thing away? I'm trying to get good enough at it now. But it's not, it's hard for me still. It's hard because I don't have NI very conscious. And you need NI conscious to be good at art. As far as which songs I like to play most, I like to play the easier ones to play, usually. I like to play this one. It's one of my favorite songs to play. You come outside, your arms are folded. I'm getting scolded for playing again. I wanna be as much as I can in terms of the man you want me to be. I got to do what I got to do. I'll include you in everything that I can. 'Cause I'm your man, and I'm your girl. I'm my woman in the world. You are the one I'll be with till my dying day. I want your belief. You want my attention. Got invention going again. I wanna be as much as I can in terms of the man you want me to be. But Kimberly, please don't be mad at me. Though I wrote a song, 'cause I'm your man, you're my girl, my woman in the world. You are the one I will be with till my dying day. 'Cause I'm your man, and you're my girl, my woman in the world. You are the one I will be with till my dying day. It's a song that's easy to play and that I feel like I'm usually in time, like the right time with it. I don't like it when I speed up or slow down on things. That bugs me a lot. I don't like it when it's not precise. That one I can usually do pretty precisely. I like to be able to sing the vocals too and sing them well. Sometimes I can sing that well. I didn't sing it very well this time. I wasn't really remembering the words. I was kind of distracted by the chat too. But like there's a song in 3, an old song, wrote it like 20 years ago or something. One of the few old songs I play. So. Oh, Matilda, I like getting you down. Your high living ways near Matilda. Get drunk every night on town. Go home every night with a different man. Then climb right into his bed. Now, oh, Matilda, you're tired and wet and wishing that you were dead. Why, oh, Matilda, why didn't you listen to me? You know, if you live like a devil, Matilda, you find yourself damned for eternity. Yeah, I wrote that when I was 20-something. I don't know how long that time ago. 25 years ago, probably. One of my earlier songs. It's only 3 chords, you know. I don't remember what inspired that song. I know, actually, I do kind of. It was just, I thought that the guitar part sounded like a moralist song, and I guess because it was in 3, it made me think of Matilda, because of Waltzing Matilda. The reason Matilda is a good name for a waltz is it naturally syllabicates into 3. So the thing is, I like songs that I play a very precise way though too, if I can. Like, I don't have a lot of those songs, but there's, this song. Every life reaches a time when the road splits in 2. Maybe out of 10 now. I gotta tune the guitar. Anyway, do you judge others' music the same way you judge yourself? And I don't mean to be nice or lighten the mood. Yeah, I try to be always entirely objective and accurate about music, my own and anybody else's as well. I'm nice to other people about their music. I don't say mean things to them about their music, because I know I just get how important it is. But however, I also won't. I will give them feedback, that's useful feedback and good feedback. I'll encourage them to continue working on music. But the reality is, almost anybody who wants to show you their music or play you their music or whatever, it's probably, to be honest, it's probably crap, Almost everybody's music is. Almost all of my music is. So it's such a difficult medium. It's like the most difficult medium. And therefore the most significant as well. Yeah, you can trust me for sure. I have very clear opinions, very precise opinions, and I believe very correct opinions about, about all art and media, but especially music. It is the most difficult medium. Why? Well, because you have to, like, okay, let's say we're writing a Swords and Dragons book of some sort. You know, a kid gets magical powers. Doesn't realize it at first. Eventually, discovers he's the one, and is required to save the day or something. You know, this is a classic archetypal story that's occurred many, many times. I've read 1 million of those books. Okay. But it doesn't really matter if you're telling kind of a formulaic story in a book like that, because it doesn't matter. It's like if the voice of the writer is going to come through, and it's going to be enough particularism to it, you can't really exactly copy somebody else when writing. It's not possible. It's not possible to, for me anyway, to consider writing a book that's so banal that it does nothing. You know, like it does nothing for me or something, or for anybody. But with music, it's always lucky if you get something that's good enough. And the thing about it is like this. I was working on this music thing for 6 hours last night. I'm not happy with what I came up with at all. I'm not happy with what I ended up with. That would never happen if I were writing. If I put 6 hours into writing something, it's going to be fucking fantastic. You know? You know, I didn't go to any kind of art school or anything. I just, I was always an excellent writer. I got the award for best writer on the newspaper staff a couple of years, I think. I'm not happy with this. That's the end of it. I'm going to loop back to the beginning again. So, you know, I'm not super unhappy with that. I think it might turn into something good. You know, so you start your proper understanding of cognitive function with original Jung books, not Jung books. Start with me. I need to make a video. I'll make one right now. Like, what's wrong with everybody's ideas about cognitive functions? I know, because I'm Eric. I know everything. I'm going to be all pissy about it. Man, you guys are wrong. Something like that. Anyway. Like, if I were going to make a cognitive function video right now, let's pretend I was going to make one. I start off with a doc, also known as a document. And I'd be all like, what am I going to talk about? And I'd be like, okay, basic cognitive function overview. Cognitive function intro/overview. I'm going to go outline here. A model of the human experience. I'll share this with you guys in this right now. Hold on. Share. Do you like to share? We are sharers. Yes, we share. We're sharing all the time. Here's sharers. If you like to be a sharer, you can share. If you like to be a sharer, wear some hair. Model of the human experience. Okay.
KK,
Hi, Dad.
is it okay if I come in?
Yes, you're welcome to come in.
You're gonna let me in? Oh, thank you. All right.
How's it going?
Well, actually, I'm not gonna come in. What's your schedule today?
Um, All right. Thank you, Dad.
Sure.
Um,
I have to go see Delilah today. There was some. One other thing I have to do. Okay.
okay, cool. The psychology, metaframes, 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 metaframes. What is psychology? Metaframes. Um, okay. Now, But if you're here in this live stream, I'm not seeing who's here or not, but at the moment, because I'm working on this thing. But if you exist in the live stream and are there, I will begin making this video pretty soon. Direction on. All right, let's see how it is.
One other, oh, hi, your printer. I'll just take 2 seconds. And now your check coming up will be 15.
Okay. So anyway, I'm making this document, and I'm going to do now. Oh yeah. I guess this would be frames.
Okay, let's see here. Objects, directive, objects, vectors, French being. Compose. why this has to be. Oh, I see what the problem is here. Reality. Okay, yeah. Now, fields. Like that. Cow. Cow. Kind of cool with it. Um, okay. hell? I have capital N. I have capital K. I don't have capital letters anymore. I am here now, and I'm going to now make a video about cognitive functions. It's going to be the best damn video you've ever seen in your life. You're just going to be like, oh, damn, Eric. Damn, though, dog. Damn. That's what you're going to be like. Better believe it, sister. You better believe it. I wonder where my Rachel Lapalosa is. It's 11:17 already. Meadity. Okay. There. Now that I've got the meadity properly mead, put that mic there. Put my mom's face right here. I wonder where my Rachel Lapalosa is. It seems like it's been a long time since I've seen her. It's like 11 in the morning. Hey, Rachel. What you up to? You took a bath? I need to take a bath too. We're having Mexican food with my dad tonight. I said we're having Mexican food with my dad tonight.
Oh, how nice.
At 6 p.m.
Cool. That sounds good.
Yeah, if you love Mexican food, or if you don't, we're having Mexican food tonight. Okay. Now we're ready to make a video.
Are you live?
I am live, but I'm making a non-live video.
Okay.
Mikey checky, Mikey chooky, cheeky chocky check. Chooky chocky, cheeky, cheeky, cheeky chocky chook. Like a chicky chicka chock. A Mikey cheeky, 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 cheeky chock, chock, chock. A Mickey, Mikey, Mikey, cheeky, cheeky chock. A Mickey, Mikey, 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 cheeky, cheeky chock. All right, that's fine. Okay, there. Start recording. Hi, friends. I'm host Eric. I'm the host of Talking Fence People. I'm also what's known as a typology expert. And as you can see, I've attracted a grand total of one person here in my 3-hour live stream. But that's because I've been spending most of the last probably hour or so writing this outline so I can make this exciting video. Here we go. Cognitive function intro overview. Psychology metaframes. Psychology metaframes refer to what is psychology really talking about? Like, what's the whole point of psychology? What's it doing? What's it meaning, you know? Well, the answer to that is it's based on some basic assumptions. Number one, that humans are comprehensible and largely predictable. That, in fact, there are reasons for things happening. There are reasons why people act certain ways. That also that humans function more or less optimally. It's not always the case that everybody's their ideal self. Sometimes people are in a bad place, right? C, norms exist as spectra. Outlier status means either pathology or gifts. In other words, if you're somewhere on either end of the spectrum, there's something wrong with you or something special about you. Another sort of presumption in psychology, right? D, dysfunction expresses not against norms, but by manifesting as problems. This is a different approach towards understanding dysfunction. That it's not about some sort of societal norms, but rather that it's about if you're having problems. So, well, if your daughter's getting F's in school, maybe you should put her on Adderall. That's the idea of dysfunction expressing as manifesting as a problem, not as being measured against a spectrum. Dysfunction is treatable by talking. That's what the whole idea of talk therapy is. Dysfunction is treatable by pills. That's psychiatry. Dysfunction has a cause. And this is where a lot of the theoretical psychology comes in. And personality and behavior are distinct things, is another basic metaframe. So, what I mean by personality and behavior are distinct things, well, let's skip number 2 for a second and go to number 3. What is personality? It's the part of the self that remains the same throughout a person's life. So, even though I'm a lot different than I was when I was a kid, if you know me reasonably well now, then what that says is you would recognize me as the same person if you knew me 20 years ago. You wouldn't think like, that's a totally different human being. He acts totally different now. You'd think, I can see some sort of arc of development, perhaps. I can see how he got from point A to point B. But I see he's basically the same human being, the same personality, right? Now, psychology frames that are not metaframes, but just frames are theoretical, diagnostic, therapeutic, and research. So theoretical is like somebody like Piaget talking about his stages of development, something like Skinner talking about behaviorism. Those kind of basically attempts to frame out human being through some psychology frame are doomed to fail, basically. Diagnostic, but interesting nevertheless. Like, I mean, I really like attachment theory, and I think that people have attachment disorders have a real problem, real thing. I mean, it's good to know why that exists, I guess. Be diagnostic. So psychology is supposed to be able to tell you if, in fact, you are functional or dysfunctional. If you are pathological in some sense, meaning, I guess, sick, not well, non-optimal, or if you are normal, quote unquote. See, therapeutic is supposed to cure you if you're mentally sick in some fashion. So that's one of the things that psychology claims to do, at least, and in fact does for lots of people. And it claims to do it either through talk therapy, like I said, or through pills. And then lastly is the grunt science or the research part of psychology. Now, this is the kind of psychology that I think I tend to kind of make fun of or think is ridiculous a little bit, because you get people like Jordan Peterson who are absolutely convinced that the Big Five is much more scientifically valid than cognitive functions or MBTI or whatever. Well, he says than MBTI. But as a matter of fact, it's not more valid in any sense of the word than cognitive function. It's just more metaphorical. So people don't have attributes like conscientiousness or extroversion or whatever. People do not possess these attributes. These are descriptors that are either accurate or inaccurate, and they're based on a person's behavior, things we can see, etc. So, okay. We're running right through this pretty quick. We're on number 4, cognitive functions. What are cognitive functions then? Everybody talks about them. You want to know what it means to be meow type or meow type or meow type. Well, if you want to know what it means to be meow type, you need to know what it means to have meow functions. So what is a function? A function in math is something like addition, subtraction, multiplication, or division. Those are different functions because they tell you how you're going to make the numbers interact with each other differently, right? So a function is something you execute upon 2 numbers. 2 plus 5 is 7, is the answer. So, in other words, I have 2 numbers here, 5 and 2. Execute the function addition, and you'll get a certain conclusion. Execute the function multiplication, you'll get a different conclusion. Execute the function division, you'll get a different conclusion. And execute the function subtraction, you'll get a different conclusion. Okay, so when we're talking about functions, cognitive functions, we're talking about the sort of thing that one applies to things. In other words, to probably two or more objects or subjects or whatever. But we need to talk a little bit more about what objects are, which we will coming up shortly. So when we look at these various functions, if you think about math as having basically the most basic functions being addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, there are also four kinds of functions in attentional manners, and that is to say, knowledge, action, deliberation, knowledge, and interface. And the permutations of those four with the mechanics make it such that there are exactly 16 types. A lot of people ask me about subtypes. Are there subtypes? No, subtypes are bullshit. And we'll explain why in a little bit, or at least make an analogy that'll help us to understand why. Number 5, how we think about personality type. So people talk about personality types in a lot of different ways and make different kinds of arguments that may or may not actually be legitimate kinds of arguments. Or they may be legitimate, but they're incomplete arguments is another possibility. So when we're talking about personality type, we should be talking about attentional manners, ways that people pay attention. And but when we're saying that, we're making way of paying attention an object of analysis. So right off the bat, we're talking about intellectualizing something that's fundamentally experiential, but that's okay. We also often talk about it in terms of values. My TE dad values certain kinds of things a lot. He wants to make sure he knows for certain that we are going to be there at dinner tonight at 6 o'clock. And I told him, yes, we definitely will. I thought it was valuable to him. I would not even think about dinner until dinner time if it weren't for my dad bringing it up, because I don't value that sort of thing as much. He's got SI in the second slot and TE in the dominant. I've got SI in the fourth and TE in the sixth. Behaviors. When you read type descriptions, you're talking about a set of words that describes how an individual typically acts if they're part of their given type. And say they typically act means they act in keeping with their type. This is not a good way to type people in general, but it's if you're observing their behaviors, it's not terrible data, but if you're comparing those observations against type descriptions that you read online and stuff, that's probably going to lead you astray, because those type descriptions are often quite wrong and missing the point and picking up correlates that aren't relevant and misleading. Okay, D, self-reports. You can simply ask people a bunch of questions. Well, how logical are you? How fun-loving are you? How social are you? How whatever. That's the sort of approach that you're going to get from Big Five. It's the art of kicking down open doors, right? You're just simply saying, here's what I'm telling you about myself, Big Five. And Big Five goes, here's what you just told me about yourself. It's the art of kicking down open doors. So we don't want to value very highly self-reporting in general, because after all, what the person is really reporting is not anything about their cognitive attentional manners, but rather revealing potentially about their cognitive attentional manners. So, for example, if you ask me to objectively and accurately self-report on something, I will do so without very much difficulty, because I have introverted thinking as a tool function, which is a disinterested calculus. And I have FI, introverted feeling, which is an interested calculus, as my blind spot, which means I'm very accustomed to thinking about things from a disinterested perspective objectively. And so if you ask me a question about some aspect of myself, I'm likely to give you as accurate an answer as I can. Now, if my tool function and my polar, as it's called, the blind spot, were reversed, it would be the opposite. If you ask me a question about what kind of person I am, I'll tell you what I want to believe to be the case about me, rather than what is actually the case about me, because I'm habituated to an interested calculus rather than a disinterested calculus. All right, so it's important then that we don't rely too much on self-reports, because two very different types will give you exactly the same answers. One because they're correct, and one because they're wrong. it's much better to do a process analysis, which means if you're talking to somebody, you can ask them questions and sort of follow up those questions with pulling more information out of them. You can get a lot of good information about how they're attending and what attentional matters most comfortable and which are least comfortable for them. There are other kinds of process analyses besides just skills analysis. A skills analysis is, for example, giving a TI test or asking somebody to come up with a bunch of synonyms for a word or other NE questions, ask them to come up with possibilities, ask them to recount their day from the morning, like first I got up, then I brushed my teeth, and a bunch of steps like that. That's a good test for SI skills. But of course, things are rarely definitively in a given slot except for the blind spot. That's the most definitive spot in a person's cognitive function stack. It's the one where you can usually try to figure out, you can usually kind of get a sense of what their polar is because it's such an oddly inadequate way of attending. It's like everybody else in the world who's not FI polar, they understand their feelings better than I understand mine. Okay, so let's move on though. Modeling, prime directive. In order for the system to sim independently, and if that sim is to produce behavior among the agents consistent with actual human behavior, then we must have an axiomatic metaframe called a prime directive. If you got to model a system, you have to have a prime directive. So, for example, the simple and easiest and most self-evident prime directive for humanity is don't die. Whatever you do, don't die. Because if you die, then you lose. You lose life, right? Except that's not actually our prime directive because lots of people don't conform to that prime directive. People take incredible risks. Blah, blah, blah. But what people don't do is ever like it when their understanding of reality is revealed to be false or wrong by unexpected reality proving them wrong. So that's the prime directive, is the fundamental driving axiom for each human being is conformity between map and territory. Expectations and assumptions follow from one's map. So examples, infidelity. When I was married to my first wife, even though I had no good reason to trust her and plenty of reason not to trust her, because I'm an SI user and hadn't had the experience of being cheated on before, I just blithely assumed that she would no way she'd cheat on me. We were married after all. Once she did cheat on me, that was devastating. Even though I didn't even like her, it was still devastating because it was such a ground level foundational expectation or assumption that I had built into my map. And realizing that expectation or assumption was wrong was horrifying. And so, that had massive impact on how I dealt with women thereafter for some stretch of time because, of course, what I had determined in that moment was this map is a problem. There's something important I was supposed to be watching out for that I was completely oblivious to. My map didn't make a note saying, watch out for this cliff edge here. So I got a serious problem with my fucking map making, is what it seems like from prime directive perspective. Okay, fields, internal metaphysical, internal physical, external metaphysical, external physical. The two external fields are like this one, the internet, talking, sharing ideas. This document here I'll share with the video as well. Yada, yada. That's the external metaphysical field. It's a world of meanings, the internet, libraries, things like that. The external physical world is where I'm sitting right now. I'm going to pull this bong right now. No. This has impact on my internal physical field. I feel a little bit different, It's got impact on the external physical field, which is to say I'm doing something. I'm actually pulling a bong rip, and now I have one fewer bong rips worth of weed. But it's not really impacting my internal metaphysical field. In other words, it doesn't mean anything to me. It might mean something to you. And so in that regard, this physical behavior is being imprinted on this metaphysical time object called this video. The fact that I am smoking this bong rip is a record of it in this video, and you could reference it as a fact. Does it inherently have meaning? It might to you. It doesn't to me. It's just so commonplace for me. I'm always smoking weed, but if you're somebody who has a map that is inaccurate about marijuana, let's say, like you think that it's a big problem or it's not healthy, or you can't be, that you're a drug addict, smoke a lot of weed or something. If you've got some sort of map problem like that, then it may be annoying to you to see me demonstrate that your perceptions about it are probably wrong. Anyway, let me finish pulling this bong. So the internal physical, my back hurts a little bit right now. Internal metaphysical is meanings in your head, mostly words, but also words about emotions, I guess, or emotions maybe. So what we're talking about simulating human experience, we need to have a simulatable environment. That means objects, fields, vectors. It's the basic information goes certain directions in certain fields, and there are certain kinds of objects in which you can interact with, just like the internet, just like the regular world. So there are three kinds of people: subjects, objects, and agents. And basically, depending on my position in grammar, I can either be a subject or an object. For example, if somebody comes up to me totally out of the blue and kicks me, I'm an object at that point, from my perspective. Something has happened to me. Somebody did something to me. If I take action, I'm a subject. And if I'm not taking action, but I'm just being, then I'm an agent. In other words, you are the only agent for you. Everybody else is a subject because you can only experience you. We operate under the assumption that they are agents, but we don't actually know them as such. So those are some kind of objects or people. And you'll see that the people come in three kinds of objects: subjects, objects, and agents. Media and stuff and physical stuff, stuff. Time objects are media objects. This video is a time object. And it is an object that has not a bunch of attributes per se, but rather an identity. You could list some attributes about it in terms of particularly duration, size of file, information about the creator or whatever. But by and large, the identity of this video is the identity that's conferred upon it by the nature of the specific and unique content that comprises it. Okay, so space objects are just stuff like this, like a lighter or just, stuff. Some things are both, like a sculpture or something would be a piece of media that has presumably meaning to convey, but is also an actual space object. Vectors. So vectors in this system of fields and objects, what kind of action can you take, basically? Well, you can take action, knowledge, judgment, or interface. These are the four kinds of functions, and they comprise the four vectors. There are 8 functions, and specifically, there are 8 functions total. And I'm not somebody who thinks you should treat it as 4 functions, whatever. There are definitely 8 distinct functions. And the fact that they have S, S, T, T, F, F, N, N is probably a bad idea, but regardless, they are 8 distinct functions. Frames of being. So, as mentioned above, people are 3 kinds of objects. Well, being those 3 kinds of objects means there are 3 different frames of being for people. You either can operate as an agent, in which case you have an illocutionary frame. The stuff, like, let's say you're speaking, okay? Hey, Julie, how you doing? The locutionary frame is I'm asking her a question, how is she doing? And she's going to presumably answer that question, I'm doing fine, or something like that. The illocutionary frame is what my motivation is really for saying it. Maybe I'm trying to get in her pants. Maybe I'm suspicious that she stole my eraser and I'm trying to question her. I might have just simply, I just want to seem to be likable and be friendly. That might be my illocutionary frame. But regardless, only agents have illocutionary frames that you can know, although we might presume subjects have illocutionary frames and can reference them. We can only conjecture about them. The subject, in other words, only conveys us the information in the locutionary frame, that which they're trying to convey. It's presumed willful. It is true that we cast judgments on the illocutionary frame as though it existed. So we could say, you don't really mean that. You're just jealous or something. That would be an illocutionary frame critique. So in that sense, subjects can be discussed as having illocutionary frames, but the thing that makes them different than agents is they're somebody else with their own private thoughts taking action as an agent, so they're a subject. Objects can be the object of action by either a subject or agent. So sometimes we're objects, and that's a different frame of being as well. These are relevant when you get really deep into the mechanics of it. I think that there's a way to parse it out such that each one of these things is ignoring one of these three frames on at least one or more of the fields. And I think if you were to, I haven't figured it out yet, but you can ask me more about it later if you feel like it. Okay, time flows. There's two kinds of time flow. Real time, that's happening all the time. If I go like this, it's real time. I can only hold it above the flame for so long before. Ow! Ow! So, okay, that's real time. Now, if it were turn-based, you'd say, it'd be like a Dungeons & Dragons game. We'd say, okay, there's a lighter there. It's below your hand and it's going to start burning it soon. What do you want to do? Well, let's see. I could move the lighter. I could move the hand. I could blow out the lighter. I could choose a less painful demonstration. The point is, in that case, you're turn-based because they're waiting for you to take your turn. Words are like that. Symbols are like that. But experiences are not. Burning your hand is not like that. So, reminders. All being is in the now. You're never in another time than now. Or now-ish. 2. Turn-based time allows for the maintaining and referencing of the non-now, however. So, because we have turn-based time, we understand conceptually the non-now. All functions occur in real time within an individual. Within an individual, there are no information elements external to people that have extroverted intuition in them. But there are various sources of data. Some data are such that they primarily uphold the values of or utilize the skills associated with a given attentional approach. But that doesn't make them information elements of that attentional approach. It just makes them data that's more well suited to some people than others. Information flows. G. Extroverted intuition places objects on the external metaphysical field. 1. Turn-based time frame is presumed when you're an extroverted intuition dominant. What that means is it's presumed that you always have plenty of time to think it out and blah, 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 blah. The time pauses while you're thinking. 2. A deliberation function always pairs to calculate the legitimacy of words, perhaps, to be spoken aloud. So, in other words, if you're going to talk a lot out loud, then you need to think about what you say before you say it. TI and FI DOMs paired with any tool accordingly subsume the action function within their deliberative frame, ergo often quiet any users with no SE. That's if you've got your INFP or your INTP, okay? Extroverted sensing places objects on the external physical field. Real-time time frame presumed when it's dominant. And what does that mean? It just means you're kicking ass and taking names. I'm placing objects on the physical field. Pow, put it down there. You know? That's placing objects in the physical field. It's that simple. The real-time time frame is presumed when dominant. In other words, unlike ENTPs, ESTPs don't assume they've got infinite time to decide. Okay. FE and TE render data from both external fields and from both time flows. Interfaces are responsive to real-time changes in their respective systems and generally don't need to deliberate about those changes to understand the impact. because data converts directly to knowledge, and knowledge immediately impacts behavior. It requires no parsing. What I mean by this, there's an example down below, I think I made. Yeah. We'll look at the example at the end, and it'll explain this, okay? But basically, FE doesn't do anything on the internal metaphysical field at all. And TE doesn't do anything on the internal metaphysical field, I guess. No, it doesn't do anything. No, it doesn't do anything on the external metaphysical field. Okay, so regardless, NI distills objects, archetypes on the internal metaphysical field and retrieves and considers or speaks aloud objects using a relevancy engine. So in other words, when we see two ducks flying by in the sky and Rachel goes, duck hunt, and it looks just like the ducks on the video game, that's an extremely relevant link for her. She remembers the video game. She assumes everybody's going to know the video game. So they're going to get the reference. And in fact, I was like, oh my God, that totally looks like duck hunt. That's an NI retrieving an archetype. Now, did it distill it in the moment from the thing it saw? Yes. But it also retrieved an archetypal link. It was not exactly to any particular experience, but she had obviously knowledge of duck hunt from experience. Okay. So the NI engine will run this engine. NI will run this engine upon universal systems with FE, or NI will run this engine upon particularist organizational physical systems with TE. So we can see the audio gear stuff is an example of particularist physical system, whereas this, whether or not you're being awkward is a metaphysical system. Also note that NI is responsible for timing in real-time situations in space. So when you're driving and you think, I gotta get out of this lane real quick, or I'm gonna crash. That's NI. Okay, we're almost done. I know this has been kind of long now at this point, but we'll take a little break. Hey, it's intermission. Smoke 'em if you got 'em. Hey, it's intermission. Smoke 'em if you got 'em. Now we're having lots of fun and we're no longer got in time. Are you ready? Are you ready? We're going to continue now. Okay, we got a nice intermission. You had a cigarette? I did. You get some coffee? I have some. Okay, letter B. SI retains impressions of experiences on the internal metaphysical field. Retains impressions. Archiving can be willfully attained through repetition. So if I want to remember my, let's say, I want to remember my old phone number, which I don't have this phone number anymore, but I use it for to put into the 7-Eleven app. It's 909-720-2261. Well, let's say I was starting to forget it. I could repeat that to myself a bunch of times, and then I would remember it better. That would be an example of SE willfully attaining these impressions through repetition. Muscle memory, same thing. When I don't have to think at all or actively remember where my fingers go for a C chord or a G chord or whatever. I've played them so many times, I have muscle memory. And that's part of SI as well. Imprints. What does SI do exactly? It imprints objects, memories on the internal metaphysical field, and it associates new experiences with previous similar experiences. It operates under a familiarity or recency engine, as opposed to NI, which operates under a relevance engine. And of course, SI, like NI, pairs with FE or TE. So here's an example of how cognitive functions sort of work in a situation. My dad's old receiver, which I'd hoped to use here in this room, has a blown fuse and doesn't work. It was easy enough to determine that it didn't work. Yesterday, I plugged it into a working outlet and flipped on a switch, and nothing happened. No lights, no indication of anything working. So it was dead, it was broken. This marked an abrupt departure of reality from my expectations because I was expecting to set up the audio shit right here and get my speakers down and have the whole thing working because I've been looking for this receiver for a long time at yard sales and stuff. And finally, I found one in my dad's attic, basically. And I was like, hallelujah. Well, it doesn't work. So it was a prime directive problem there. And this forced me into TE because all of a sudden I needed a different plan. My plan was no longer going to work because the thing didn't work. Okay, I thought, so that doesn't work. I don't have an alternative right now. So shelve the audio gear plan entirely for right now. In this essence, TI did nothing. There was nothing to parse out, nothing to conclude, really. TE has to adjust to this new fact because that's the area where the map is not right. When I thought about where to put the broken receiver and what was likely wrong with it and how I might repair it, those were questions I was going through with my extroverted thinking. I was paying attention using extroverted thinking. My introverted sensing needed to recall that the other receiver doesn't work with my speakers, so it's pretty much useless for my purposes here, even though I have it up there as well. FE needed to explain what was going on to Rachel and be cheerful and just explain and such because someone else's perceptions and experiences matter a lot to an FE user. I guess I should say, and just include her in the proceedings. Include her in the proceedings. But someone else's perceptions and experiences matter a lot to an FE user. My introverted intuition said, this really isn't worth the time and energy. The TV speakers are fine. When you record, you always have to wear headphones anyway. Extroverted intuition thought about ways to fix it right then, so I didn't have to wait, or thought of other alternate solutions like waving SI to the side so I could re-examine the possible ways that I might be able to jury rig some other stuff with these other adapters to make that other receiver work with my speakers. It still didn't work. I've gone through that before and I should have remembered it all. I shouldn't have even bothered attending to it at all, but my SI is kind of crappy. What did SE do? SE just lifted the things up and down and put it on the shelves and in coordination with SI followed through on this plan to utilize this audio gear in the first place. And what did my FI do? Well, it was just, I guess, just disappointed by the broken receiver. But I was in a good mood. I'm feeling good. So whatever. It was pretty good. I mean, who knows? FI confuses me because it's bipolar. Okay, so now let's talk a little bit about the mechanical limits implicit in cognitive functions and one of the big issues here. So, no, there are not any subtypes and there are not any jumpers and there are not any, you can't have, you can't be an FE subtype of an ENP or all that stuff is bullshit. And here's what. Action and deliberation always pair together in the first two slots, and knowledge interface always pair together in the first two slots. Why these pairs have to be? So, and granted, this is just an analogy, and doesn't really explain exactly why it has to be, but it's a good place to start for understanding this topic. So, think of my vehicle as the dominant function, and think of operating that vehicle as your tool function. The explanation will follow. So let's pretend that action and deliberation functions are motorcycles when they are in the dominant slot, and that knowledge and interface functions are cars when they are in the dominant slots. So NE, SE, TI, FI, those are motorcycles. And TE, FE, NI, SI, those are cars, okay? Lastly, let's imagine that all functions within the second slot comprise correct sitting for that kind of vehicle or operating that vehicle, okay? Operating that vehicle. But we'll call it correct sitting. So now, if you have an action function first, then you have a motorcycle. This means that you must have a deliberation function second because neither knowledge nor interface sits properly on a motorcycle when in the second slot. They don't know how to ride a motorcycle. right? Instead, both sit properly in a car, since when they're dominant, they are cars, so they understand cars inherently. When they're in the tool function, they're the person operating the car. But when they are in the dominant function, they're the car. So they understand cars inherently better. Now, action differs from interface in that the person who attends does not anticipate an interactive engagement. For example, this is taking action on my TI. Um, I I decided to take action today that was more planned out a little bit. That was more rigorous and more defensible and less willy nilly. So because I've been getting a lot of people saying to me basically, Eric, I need a more thorough breakdown of this. I need a basic explanation. I need to know what you're talking about here more. And you're not being very good about telling us. So I decided to do that. But you'll note what have I done here is I've taken action on stuff that's already all thought through. I'm not interacting with you at all. To do things well, I chose not to live stream. It just so happens I'm live streaming as I'm making this video, but you'll note I'm not paying any attention to the chat on the live stream. I'm just happy to be using this time to make this video to just multitask, I guess, or kill two birds with one stone. Okay, so action differs from interface in that the person does not anticipate an interactive engagement, as I don't here. Those who attend foremost by action attempt to determine before taking action how to circumvent the back and forth with systems or people that interfacers, in contrast, seek. So I've tried to account for everything that might be challenged or important to know before really understanding cognitive functions. And I've included it in this video with this little document here. It's like 6 pages. I just made it this morning. I've made documents equivalent to this so many times. I've got so much wasted double work, working twice. Why? Well, because I've got shitty SI and I don't remember what I've done. And I like to do new things and I don't like to use old stuff. In this instance, I wanted to make sure it had the basics down. The next video I'm going to make about this will probably be about aspects and what that means and how that plays out in functions and how that also is relevant to what you might call intertype compatibility. Intertype compatibility. Now I'm going to take a couple of looks at the live chat here to see if there's anything in particular relevant that we might want to mention. And then I'm going to call this video a conclusion and say goodbye. The car motorcycle thing sort of went over my head. I'll have to run this part back. It's not a great analogy. Basically, it's saying if you're a knowledge or an interfacer, you're a car and you know how to drive a car. So if you're in the dominant slot, you're a car. And the other one you're going to get to pair with you is going to be somebody who knows how to drive a car. So if you're an interfacer, you're going to get a knowledge. If you're a knowledge, you're going to get an interfacer. Because knowledge and interfaces are both cars. Action and deliberation are both motorcycles. Now, you might be an action type first. Well, then you're going to get your motorcycle. That means you're going to get a motorcycle rider to ride you. That means it's going to be deliberation. And if you're deliberation first, then you're a motorcycle. That means you're going to get a motorcycle rider to ride you. That's action second. What I'm trying to say is the reason that action and deliberation, for example, go together is because I need to be able to do this. I want to make a video that articulates all these ideas and does so in a defensible way. In other words, that is logically sound and that people can see. I understand why he's saying these things and not some other thing about cognitive functions. A lot of people will end up disagreeing with me. Those who do disagree with me, and those who read people who disagree with me or see people who disagree with me on YouTube or whatever, they ought to prioritize what I'm saying over what those other people are saying because I'm more correct than they are. That's my contention here, my claim. I believe it's substantiated by my explanations in general. Have I explained everything yet? No, and this is just the first of these videos, but hopefully this will give something to attack me on, if nothing else, because I want people to attack where they think they can make ground attacking, because if it actually is a weakness in my ideation, then I'd like to change it. So thanks a lot for watching. Don't forget to eat plenty of cheese, and that concludes this upload video, as they're called. Not a live stream, an upload video. Okay, that's done now. Well, I guess I'll upload it here to to ye old archives channel, as they call it. Ye old archives channel. Ye old archive channel. Ye old archive channel. Is it done? It's done. Hooray. It's 41 minutes long. That's a little bit longer than I wanted it to be. I wonder if I should edit it. Rachel, I'm done making that video now.
Cool.
Would you like to have hamburgers for lunch?
Sure.
I can make some.
Yeah, that'd be wonderful.
Cool. What I want to do is split video. Man. And but when we're saying that, we're making way of paying attention and objective analysis. So right off the bat, we're talking about intellectualizing something that's fundamentally experiential, but that's okay. We also often talk about it in terms of values. My TE dad values certain kinds of things a lot. He wants to make sure he knows for certain that we are behaviors. When you read type description, if you're comparing those observations against type descriptions that you read online, it's open doors, right? You're just simply saying, here's what I'm telling you about myself in intentional manners, but rather revealing potentially about their cognitive potential manners. So, for example, if you ask me to objectively and accurately self-report on something, I will do so without very much difficulty because I have introverted thinking as a tool function, which is a disinterested calculus. And I have FI, introverted feeling, which is an interested. And so if you ask me a question about some aspect of myself, I'm like, so it's important then that we don't rely too much on self-reports because two very different types will give you exactly the same answers. One because they're correct and one because they're wrong. It's much better to do a process analysis, which means if you're talking to somebody, you can ask them questions and sort of follow up with questions with pulling more information out of them. You can get a lot of good information about how ending and what attentional matters are most comfortable and what you're least comfortable with. There are other kinds of process analyses besides just skills analysis. A skills analysis is, for example, giving a TI test or asking somebody to come up with a bunch of synonyms for a word or other NE questions, ask them to come up with possibilities, ask them to recount their day from the morning, like first I got up, then I brushed my teeth, and I'm bunch of steps like that. That's a good test for SI skills. But of course, things are rarely definitively in a given slot except for the blind spot. That's the most definitive spot in a person's cognitive function stack. It's the one where you can usually try to figure out, I mean, you can usually kind of get a sense of what their polar is because it's such an oddly inadequate way of attending. You know, it's like everybody else in the world who's not FI polar, they understand their feelings better than I understand mine. Okay, so let's move on though. Modeling, prime directive. In order for the system to sim independently, and if that sim is to produce 13 minutes.
Good.
The first chunk is 13 minutes. Let's see what the second chunk is. Let's say you're speaking, okay? Hey, Julie. Functions. And the fact that they have S, S, T, T, F, F, N, N is probably a bad idea, but regardless, they are 8 distinct functions. Frames of being. So, as mentioned above, be friendly. That might be my illocutionary friend. But regardless, only agents have object. Objects can be the object of action by either. I think that there's a way to parse it out such that each one of these things is ignoring one of these three frames on at least one or more of the fields. And I think if you were to, I haven't figured it out yet, but you can ask me more about it later if you feel like it. Okay, time flows. There's two kinds of time flow on at least one or more of the fields. And I think if you were to, I haven't figured it out yet, but you can ask me more about it later if you feel like it. Okay, time flows. There's two kinds of time flow. Real time, that's I haven't figured it out yet, but like it. Okay, time flows. That one. That's at 23. So it's less than 20 minutes. Let's just make 3 videos out of it, I guess. Split video. Full HD. Funk intro, part 1.
That's fun.
It's fun to make a cognitive function video.
Yeah.
Right on.
Yeah, because like I don't know, I learned from your videos, so.
Well, hopefully this one's a good teaching video. Just designed to be an introduction and explanation thing that everyone keeps haranguing me about.
True.
It will also be, I think, one of the first videos that is going to be, normally I would have put this on Talking with Fence People, but I guess I'm going to put it up on the Archives channel.
Oh, yeah.
So this should maybe help the channel a bit. We'll see how it does.
True.
It'll be a nice test to see if it does well. I think it should be a pretty good video.
Yeah.
So I would hope it does reasonably well if it's treated fairly.
Right. Treat fairly being.
Okay, now I'm gonna go start the cold up, and I'll make some butter.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah. Let me know if you need any help.
need my ward support. Okay. The calls are started. Now, I don't believe we have any cheese, so we're just going to have hamburgers with no cheese on them.
That's fine.
This is, what's it called? Look at me. I'm as helpless as a kitten up a tree. Or it might be the sound of your hello. The music I hear, I get misty the moment you're near. Walk my way, and 1,000 violins begin to play. And I totally need to take a bath. I stink like some poo. I'm so stinky and so in love.
I don't feel you at all.
Oh, you're not trying hard.
Okay, wait, let me go deeper though, because it really didn't smell
That's
that
pretty
bad.
right.
I'm telling you! That's like,
I
you want to see
appreciate it.
how much I smell you that much.
You smell just like me. Why?
You
We
know?
smell the same. Yeah. I mean, you don't smell
Yeah,
like me
but
right now. Right now, you smell clean.
Yes, well, but
That's because you haven't been up all night on drugs.
yes.
Okay.
And I'm telling you that you're good. I mean, okay, so yeah, maybe to me it just smells like a little bit, but it's definitely not offensive.
Well, baby, I feel the same way about all of your smells too.
All of them?
All of them, including your butthole.
Oh my gosh, that's a huge compliment. Thank you.
I haven't actually smelled your butthole before, but if I were to get down there and smell it, I'm sure it would be the most delightful smelling butthole I'd ever smelled. It would be the only butthole I'd ever smelled. I said it would be the only butthole I'd ever smelled.
Wow, that's a fucking honor.
I've never,
That's
at least
an honor.
not willfully gone to smell a butthole.
I know you. Yeah, I know.
Right.
Who wants that?
Butthole smellers?
Ew.
Hi, we're the butthole smellers. Yeah, we it's our job to smell buttholes.
I appreciate it. It's so sweet, baby. I love your butthole too, and I believe you that it's periwinkle.
Thank you, darling.
Yeah.
Finally, somebody believes me.
Well, and I believe you that that's where the color came from.
Mm-hmm. That's where the designers got it from. Designers like Vidal Sassoon and Calvin Klein and Banana Republic.
What a gambit.
Are you a big fan of Vidal Sassoon's designs?
When I was a kid, yeah.
Is he still around, Vidal Sassoon?
You know what? I don't know, actually.
You think he's dead, maybe?
Yeah. He's a hair guy.
Well, he had jeans too, though.
Did he?
Yeah. He used to be able to get Sassoons.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Oh, I'm sure you've seen some Vidal Sassoons out there before.
No,
Let's
I
look.
haven't.
Let's
Can't
look and
find.
see what we can find. Vidal Sassoon.
I used to like. There was shampoo smelled really good. So that's what I really known. And then I heard that he made the bob haircut like for the flappers.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's in charge of that.
All right, check this out, dog.
Oh
Check
my
this
god!
out.
What?
There's Sassoons. There's also Gloria Vanderbilt's.
Yes, my mom really likes those.
Okay, let's see. Wow, they're expensive Sassoons.
God.
$80 for used Sassoons?
Well, they're vintage now.
Or they're Sasson, though. Is it Sassoon or Sasson?
Oh, I don't know.
This says Sasson.
It looks the same as this Vidal Sassoon.
I mean, what happened to Jordache?
They tried to revive Jordache like 10 years ago. I don't know what it's up to.
Jordache jeans. Look at these jeans. Why do they have this high zipper like that?
I don't know.
And down the back?
Easily, I don't know.
These are ridiculous.
How do you go to the bathroom?
I mean,
I know. Those are ridiculous. I
okay.
say no to those jeans.
I want you guys. Yes, we still are live streaming.
Really?
Yes. No, you didn't. If you had said anything like that, I would have. If I had thought there was anything was coming, I would have.
I seriously hope they do not get frisky. Oh. That's legit, Winston's mom. Sorry about that.
Can you guys hear me? Oh no, I knew we were live streaming still.
Oh,
I remembered. Yeah, I definitely knew we were live streaming.
So, who wants these jeans?
I want to take a picture of them, and
I like going on the beach.
okay. So let me get a Mia out of this here. Hold on. I'm gonna get a screenshot, as they call it. There we go. All right, that's a pair of jeans. What I think we should do, Rachel, is we should find these jeans someplace for less than $80.
$80?
Yeah, someplace cheaper than that. Okay, but we should buy these jeans for Winston's mom.
Yes. I agree.
I'll put down here, Winston's mom's jeans. These jeans are for you, Winston's mom. They have your name written all over them. They're truly spectacular jeans.
You can wear them frontwards or backwards.
Oh, you sent a text to my phone? Can you guys hear me? Mic check. Walk my way and 1,000. I want to put a picture here, but I don't know how I'm going to get this picture. I guess I could put it on my Facebook page. And then I just donate to coronavirus. You've got to be kidding me.
Coronavirus is taking
Donate to coronavirus. I mean,
this is so set up.
What?
It makes me think that this thing is just like.
Well, here's the thing that struck me today or yesterday when I ran. It was just like, oh yeah, that's right. This is so ridiculous. They have quarantined everybody and are not able to test anybody.
True.
It said at the pharmacy, it was like, you cannot test you. Where did that thing go? I need to find where that thing went. I need to go to downloads.
That's weird.
No, it's not there. But I need to go to this thing. Where did it save to? That's in Bookie Book. Okay. It's in Bookie Book. That's where it is. Add a photo. Go to Bookie Book. And yeah, well, these fine jeans are delightful. Okay, Winston's mom, if you're here and if you have Facebook, embed it where? Copy and paste this into your website. Okay. I don't think this is going to embed, but who knows what it'll do.
Now I know why I would be like, because we were talking about buttholes.
Yeah, she eat butthole smellers. Listen, if you're among the butthole smelling populace, then you know more about butthole smelling than I do. Okay, that's all I'm trying to say.
Do a lot of people know about that?
Do a lot of people know about what?
Like butthole smell.
I have no idea. It's a good question. I want to just get a link to it, you know? Why can't I just get a link to this thing? Why can't I just, what page is this on? Oh, there. This is it, right here. I think. I think this link will work. Let's see if this link works. Did that link work? Those are the pants that a butthole smelly would wear.
Yeah.
If you're a butthole smelly, then you should consider wearing those pants because it makes it easy for people to smell your butthole. You zip them right down the back. I mean, why do these pants exist? The more I think about these pants, the more tripped out I am by them. Like, it's
so weird.
Does it go all around the front? Does it go all the way around? Is there like two separate legs that are zipped together? And
I have no idea. I do know though that the site Wish doesn't produce like that high quality of stuff. So I don't know why they're $80.
What's the kind of jeans it is?
I don't know what kind. It's on the website that it's on is called wish.com. And it's a bunch of you can get costume jewelry and furniture kitschy things on there for fairly cheap. Oh, it's $20.
It's only $20.
That's why. Okay, let's see if they have a front. What the front looks like.
Can you see the front? Let's see. Does that look like in the front? Are these the same jeans?
I don't know. It doesn't look like it.
What's this? It's like.
Do you have to be extremely tall for these jeans?
Explosion style back zipper jeans, women. Hot street pants in Europe and America. Is that the description? Is that explosion style back zipper jeans, women? Hot street pants in Europe and America? What kind of description is that? See, the front looks so regular.
It doesn't look like that, though.
I think it must.
This can't be the same as the first picture. No fucking way.
I think. I mean. I don't know. There's more pictures. Let's see if we can. Yeah. Okay. So, but
the first one.
You still can't see the zipper underneath it from the back. And you need to show us an angle where you can see the. Does the zipper come down here? Is it there?
I don't know. me see.
Can you
No,
see
you
it?
can see it. They look like very like relaxed cut, where like the first picture makes it look like they're like jeans that are for curvy bodies. Or like form fitted.
Yeah, well. But see,
easy.
this one has a brown triangle on one cheek, right?
Yeah.
But this one doesn't. So what's up with that?
Yeah. And those are form fitting. Those are fitting her legs. They're probably a little photoshopped, but like.
Well, they are explosion style back zipper jeans women. Hot street pants in Europe and America. So.
Oh my god, that's the kind of stuff that gets me going. That kind of language on description stuff.
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. Where's my other thing? There it is. This is what I'm doing. I'm live streaming. Sexual convince?
Like convenience, I think.
Oh, sexual convenience. Well, butt smelling convenience.
Definitely butt smelling.
Butthole smelling convenience.
So every time.
If you are one of the butthole smellers, then. But it's like. I mean, yeah, when you go to take it off, you gotta unzip it backwards.
Yep.
All right, Kitty, we really need to take your bandage out. It's time for Kitty's bandage to come.
I'll unwrap it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna cook our burgers now.
Okay. They might be useful after eating Mexican food too. Possibly. The thing is, you have to like go behind your back to unzip them. So it's difficult. I can't imagine it. I don't know. I don't know if it's easier than zipping down the front, but yeah, it's definitely good for sitting on the toilet. I think. I don't know. Wait, but the zipper in the front. So there's a zipper in the front for when you have to go to the bathroom from number one. And then there's a butt zipper for number 2. I mean, it's just a very and it's you gotta be careful with those pictures too. A lot of the times the pictures and the jeans don't really look exactly the same. There's like the quality of it is different, and it could look very different in person than on the screen. I don't know who's like when mom jeans gone wrong. They really are Winston's mom. Today's Saturday. What are you guys up to today? Does anyone have plans? I mean, I guess we wouldn't have plans because of the lockdown. I don't even know what's going on. Let's see. I just got
Can they not hear?
I don't think they can.
Okay.
I think he's a good kid, though.
Come on, Katie.
Okay, cool.
Why don't you type the question, can you hear us?
No, they can hear, yeah.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, it says it INTG. Oh, I'm so happy for this Apple new spotlight. Wow. How the pandemic could play out. Plus, a guide to spring cleaning, tricks for better baking, and more reads for a weekend at home. Really? Really?
Okay.
I think that Apple hired my mom to write their news updates.
There you go, Katie. There you go, Katie. There you go, baby. Okay. Katie, you come inside, please. That will happen.
Okay, the burgers are on the toast and the toaster. And we've got ketchup, we've got mustard, we don't have any cheese. We're living cheese free in the neighborhood.
Wow.
Um Okay.
Yeah, I want to get your bandage off too, PP. Yeah. There, let me see.
So somebody just hold on, I just forgot. Forgot I was live streaming.
You don't want to go out that way, huh? I want to get your bandage off, PP.
Okay, so
Did you eat?
BB?
Yeah. Ooh.
Okay. Let me mute this for 1 second.
Yeah, kitty.
So I can I'm unmuting. I'm muted. And check for the burgers. I just opened this morning. So it's still got plenty of fizz in it.
Cool.
You're welcome, my precious wonder pants. I don't know if you're aware of this, Rachel, but your breasts have recently been declared wonders of the world.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
No, I was not aware.
Yeah, they displaced the pyramids, which are no longer wonders.
Wow. The pyramids were my favorite.
They're considered, I guess you'd call them like, what's right below a wonder would be like an impressive thing.
Yeah.
It's an impressive thing, the pyramids, but they're no longer wonders because
Yeah.
There's only room for 8, and your breast took up 2 slots.
Whoa.
True story.
I didn't know.
Okay, kitty, you can go outside. Since you're so into going outside. Except, of course, now you don't want to go outside. You want mommy to take your bandage off?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. Let's do it. Let's do it. Do it. Well, actually, let's eat lunch first.
Okay.
Or we don't get involved in this thing while I'm currently in having to run over
True
here.
that. Voice.
All right. I wanted to upload those videos.
Parts 1, 2, and 3, as they're sometimes called. Okay. So, what was I about to do? Oh, that's right. I remember now. Something very, very, very important. This.
Mail call.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is my lab thing. Rachel, you got a package.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dad.
Okay.
I'm cooking burgers right now.
Yeah, I noticed.
Splendiferous one.
Hi.
Hi, precious.
I forgot. Oh, there's cheese.
Yes, my dad got cheese.
Yay.
Do you get anything interesting in the mail? A little bit of these left. Go on.
Cool, yeah.
There's a card. You need to call that and activate it.
Okay.
Let me get my burgers.
What's this? Is this my? What's this? Credit card? Interesting. Got my card, and I totally forgot that I have a CD, like at this one bank.
Oh, hold on. We're still live streaming.
Oh,
Hmm. Hmm. Well, I'm here now.
yeah.
I've got my hamburgers and I'm eating them. Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is, if I were to schedule it, it would be, I'm sure, more successful. Generally speaking, I think there's a lot I could do to be more successful. But, well, look, I'm currently uploading an upload video. We'll see how that does. My attentional frames confer one of just 16 possible configurations. Thanks, darling. Psychology, my friends and friends, fields of experience, objects and vectors, and frames of being. This is the first chunk of 3 total parts to this video. Please enjoy it and like it with your thumb and subscribe to my channel using your subscribing finger. Here's the document I used in this video. Let's see. More options. Cognitive functions. Sixteen personalities, 16 types, typology expert. Who's right about MBTI? That'd be Eric. Who's the best psychologist? Also me. What are cognitive functions? How do cognitive functions determine type? Is the big five better than MBTI? Questions people might ask. One never knows. Recording date today. Video location here. Katy, California. Okay. Entertainment. Allow all comments. Sort by, I guess, top or newest. Either way. Go to video elements. Add an end screen. Add cards. Man. All right, I'll add an end screen. One video, one subscribe. All right. Looking good. Looking saucy. Okay. Add cards. Promote related content during your video. Well, I don't really have any other content to promote right now, so I'm just going to put that later. Schedule. It's today 28th.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to put it up tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. A schedule. Ooh, boy, I tell you, it's going to be a real winner. Okay. I'm gonna live stream now because I want the person wants to talk to me. So I gotta split. Rock on, friends. Love you. Talk to you later.